Oh, hello, my internet friends. Starting here, just a moment. Got a couple things I'm fixing up here in the background. Hope you're all doing fine today. I myself am okay. Life. Sorry for the noise. You can hear the fan. Logged in here. Today. Lit. Here we are. Once again, welcome. Today, starting patch called Far Edge of Fate, Part 1. Gonna go talk to everyone a little bit here, see how everyone's doing. Start at the top. It's 3. Difficult to know. There I was, worried about how to brief Papalimo on the many momentous events which we have borne witness to in recent memory. Little did I know I need only leave Hori to it. Hori? So, Alpha Noah, we all know he's got his mind made up. The Crystal Braves are no more. It's all over. Bam! You haven't got to go home, but you can't stay here. But Riol, he's not having it. We won't even let old Alfie finish. Nemo? My word, Somimi, I must confess to some considerable amazement at the great trials and tribulations you and the others have recently overcame. I must again apologize for our prolonged absence, and for the fact that we have yet to answer your many questions. As for Yida, well, all things in time, I suppose. I've missed you guys. Yeah? Oh, I guess I was just so caught up in thinking about, well, everything that I dozed off for a moment. Yida. I don't know. I've been thinking so, Mimi. When time allows, we should go and pay a visit to Gabu with Alice. Though their time together was short, I know she felt a kinship with the young child. Moment? In that moment, she departed this realm for the first. I heard her speak to me. I know this to be true, just as I know that she will one day return. Those final moments, she was smiling, was she not? She was proud and hopeful, and looking to the future, so I will too, Somimi. I will. Poor Flamen. Really sad. Ingrid? I told her everything that happened. She needed to know, and I thought it would be best if it came from me. It's strange to think back on the circumstances of our first meeting. We were all so very young, so foolish, so powerless. Ame? It is not as though I do not enjoy the company of so many motivated youth. However, without Isolde around, I cannot help but feel somewhat isolated. He got carried away with his training, lest you wonder, and injured his back. Elaine has been looking after him ever since. Of course. Yeah. Lemons? Oh, as if you wouldn't try to get rid of me at the first opportunity, don't you drag me into this mess. Oh, what's happening? But I have a precocious sibling too, and I'm sure she'd be happy to join us. Believe me, I know all too well the burden that is a precocious sibling. We should trade tales over a drink sometime, or perhaps even with the four of us. What is happening? Alyssa? It's a bit overwhelming, quite frankly, having spent so much time on the road, often by myself, yet I will try to approach this as a learning experience, as I did my travels. Had I not kept an open mind, after all, I doubt I would have been able to master the ethereal blade, nor would I have benefited from the rather pointed advice I received. There is no one path, as some are given to say, and there is wisdom in exploring every school of magic, as there is in exploration of all things. Very good advice, I'll say. Zatara? Tidings from Gyr Abania. Zatara has a request for you. Ah, Somimi, just the hero I wanted to see. Would you mind doing me a small favor? I need you to meet me at the Diamond Forge. This won't take long, I promise. Diamond Forge? What was that? Earthis? Oh, it's up there. I can't read maps, apparently. What's Tataru want, I wonder? The Diamond Forge. Ba-ba-ba. Yes, it is. It's not. It is down below. Oh. Ready? I'm sorry to drag you away from your duties. But as I said, this won't take long. I just need you to stand perfectly still for a few moments. What? Oh no. I don't like their faces. Right, everyone, ready to go to work? What are you doing to me? No squirming now. Oh, and you might want to close your— Why am I closing my eyes? Oh! No, I'm being threatened! Hehehehe. What? Oh, what are these noises? Oh, I guess something was made. am I exhausted? There, all finished. The warrior of light's every measurement, from heroic head to intrepid toe. Oh my. They measured everything? But wouldn't you like to know? All in good time, Somimi. All in good time. Aha! Found you! Alphino wants everyone in the Solar for a meeting. I don't know what it's about, but he seemed to think it was very important. Go on, we have everything we need. No sense in keeping everyone waiting. Oh, Mark.
We're here. Did we miss anything?
We would not presume to begin without you, Ida. Orianger has returned to the Waking Sands, but everyone else is now present.
Yes, but for what exactly? We all have duties to attend to, Alphino, so you may dispense with the preamble.
Thank you, Elise. It is the very subject of those duties which compelled me to call this gathering. Though the Warriors of Darkness no longer pose a threat, Eorzea's many troubles demand no less of our attention. And while I stand by the decision to approach each task as we see fit, I fear our effectiveness will ultimately be diminished should we continue to act in ignorance of each other's efforts. Thus, I propose we elect a successor to Minfilia. Not to serve as a fully fledged antecedent, perhaps, but as a coordinator of operations.
Is that all? Oh, then the decision seems clear. No one else has shown any enthusiasm for the role, and judging by your performance at our previous meeting, you would seem the perfect candidate. You always did have a flair for politics.
I did not mean to... That was not my intention. As my tenure as commander of the Crystal Braves comprehensively demonstrated, I lack the qualities required for such an office. I would much prefer to remain as I am now, a soldier in the field, so to speak.
Should none of our numbers step forward, must we then constrain some unwilling candidate to take up the position?
Well, based on merit alone, a certain adventurer would be my choice. Though I concede she might struggle to balance her new responsibilities with, let me see, slaying primals, thwarting legatuses, and feeding the orphan poor.
That last one I'm not sure about, but I'd be happy to do it.
Thancred makes a good point. Any who would wear such a mantle would be bound by its obligations. Have we not become sufficiently familiar with each other's methods to act without an overseer? At present, I see no cause to so willingly limit one of our number.
Oh my goodness! Help! I need some help here!
Uh-oh. Oh.
Tataru, are you all right?
Me? I'm fine. It's this poor girl who just staggered in and collapsed on the floor that I'm worried about.
Narco! God, how did... Yashola! Please, you have to help her!
Oh, Gita knows her?
Kral, a hand if you would. Let us see about closing these wounds.
Happened.
Now, we've staunched the bleeding, but it may be a while before you can move about again. Though having seen your wounds, I'm surprised you are still moving at all. Thank you. My message. It was too important to delay. I took the shortest route I could, though I knew it was more heavily patrolled.
As you can see, my efforts at evasion were not entirely successful.
Honestly, you're too brave for your own good. What was so urgent that you needed to fight half the Empire to get here? You could have been killed.
I'm sorry, Ida. I had good reason. Ah, but I imagine your friends are wondering who this bloody mess of a Mikote is. My name is Minago, and I belong to the Alamegan Resistance. I came to warn Ida and Papalimo about one of our leaders. A man who calls himself the Griffin. He's always been dangerous, but he's planning something new. Something reckless.
The Griffin, you say? I've heard the name. Rumor has it your man is eager to test his claws.
Aye, and on no easy target. He means to assault Belsar's wall from the Alamegan side.
But what does the Griffin possibly hope to gain from such an attack?
From what I understand, he wants the fires of war to spread to Eorzea. And for that, he needs to control the border with Gridania.
So, he means to spark a conflict between the Alliance and the Imperial forces stationed in Alamigo, to have Eorzea's armies aid in the liberation effort, whether they will it or no.
That doesn't sound very
His
good.
plan is flawed. Even should the Resistance succeed in occupying the wall, they would not be able to hold it. Imperial reinforcements would drive them out within a week.
Be that as it may, if there is even a chance that this scheme could bring about an escalation in hostilities between Eorzea and the Empire, the Alliance must be informed.
Agreed. I shall depart for Limsa forthwith and seek an audience with the Admiral. Thancred, Uldar is yours. Alphino and Alize, make haste to the Twelveswood and notify the Elder Seedseer of the danger to Gridania. She will duly call a council of the Alliance leaders, whom you must be ready to receive. You will be our voice in Ishgard. Explain the situation to Sir Emeric, and encourage him to send an envoy.
Okie
To Taru, Kryl, I leave the care of our injured messenger to you. See that she remains quiescent and her wounds closed. I believe that covers everything. Let us be about our tasks.
I suspect the ill tidings from Gyr Abania will be held as a turning point. The beginning to a bloody end.
Voice Papalim. Doesn't quite sound like
business
him.
of war was ever conducted with the coin of self-sacrifice. 'Twas Master Louisoix himself who taught us that such costs are not to be ignored or denied. And so, I shall embrace them. When the time comes, I will make my choice, as you will yours.
I definitely think this is Papalim. Doesn't quite sound like him, but close enough. Maybe it's the effect they did on his voice. After conferring with Y'shtola, we have decided to focus our attention on the East Shroud. Someone needs to keep an eye on the border, not to mention the Sylphs. I hate leaving Nago like this, but I know Kryl and Hatara will take good care of her. Else already left? Comment? Hatara and Kryl took that resistance fighter to more private chambers that she might recuperate in peace. Poor girl was in quite a state, wasn't she? Okay. I wonder what Isolder would have to say about our wounded visitor. His own injuries yet keep him abed, and I miss savoring a cup of tea alongside his usual observation. Well, Even when casting the same incantation, the mastery of each practitioner greatly affects the efficacy of the spell, a principle that was aptly demonstrated to our 2 young mages here. We have some training in the healing arts, so we shall take turns with Mistress Kral in caring for her patient. Okar, in particular, seems rather eager to learn from the experience. Mistress Kral and Archon Y'shtola are truly exceptional healers. It was an honor to witness their ministrations firsthand. If only I could tend to my brother's battle hurts with such proficiency. I have much study yet ahead of me. Ori? I believe she said her name was Minago? Her cause appeared to have been genuine, but I must confess to feeling no small degree of trepidation even as I stepped aside. We were all surprised by our sudden visitor, but Hori was able to gauge the situation at a glance. He realized that Mikote posed no immediate threat and permitted her to enter. That didn't mean he wasn't alert for some manner of trap. Ah yes, mayhap the elder is the finer man after all. Oh my goodness. Girl. Off we go. Guard. Tonight. This one. See ya, we got problems. Greetings, warrior of light. What business brings you to Ishgard? Don't talk to me so formally. I see. Wait here. I will summon Sir Emmerich. It is good to see you, my friend. 'Tis but a pity it must be under such circumstances. Had Lucia not informed me of the urgency of your suit, I would certainly have sent for some wine. More wine? Told you I didn't drink. But to business. I thank you for bringing these developments in Alamigo to our attention. Ishgard will of course send an envoy to attend the council in Gridania. I cannot say who will represent us, however, as the choice is not mine to make, not mine alone at any rate. Given the imminence of the threat, we may forego the formalities of a full assembly, but I will still need to consult my counterpart in the House of Commons prior to proceeding. Will you permit me some time to make the necessary arrangement? Yeah. Gotta do what you gotta do. I thank you. Our representative, whoever we select, will require a suitable escort. Make your preparations and inform Sir Handelope that he is to lead in your absence. Yes, Lord Commander. Somimi, pray accompany Lucia to the gates of judgment and make ready to depart for Gridania. I will have our envoy join you as soon as I can. Priori speed you on your way. Okay. Bum, bum. Yeah. An envoy for Ishgard. Lucia seems eager to set forth for Gridania. If you have no other business in the city, join me at the gates of judgment. We must be ready to depart the instant the envoy arrives. To the gates of judgment. Oh. Little. There we go. Lucia? You are perhaps wondering who will represent Ishgard at the council? As this is a military matter, I should not be surprised if Sir Emmerich nominated himself. He is yet Lord Commander of the Temple Knights, after all. See. Hello. We meet again. As it happens, my counterpart in the House of Commons agreed that I should act as Ishgard's envoy. Not, I concede, that there was ever any real doubt. As Lord Commander of the Temple Knights, it is my duty to sanction any military cooperation. Be that as it may, I could not in good conscience make the decision alone. Not with the ink scarce dry in the Republic's books of statutes. I trust you understand, my friend. Alas, I must test your patience still further by making a brief stop at Camp Dragonhead. Given the trouble brewing in the Black Shroud, I would see that the garrison is ready to defend the border. Okay, away we go. Away day in Ishgard. When is it not? Frank? The garrison commander waits within. Why not accompany me, sir? You may see a familiar face. More cutscene. Oh! Somimi, old girl, how wonderful to see you, and Sir Emmerich too. To what do I owe these unexpected pleasures? I will have some mulled wine brought up from the kitchens at once, if you will excuse. Nay, do not trouble yourself, Honoroi. We shall soon be on our way. Lucia, a brief summary, if you will. Yes, Lord Commander. And we gotta go because Garly and those villains hardly need an excuse to wage war. Bloodletting comes as naturally as breathing to to an Imperial. And thus we shall strengthen our patrols as you suggest. We shall also be sure to communicate these developments to Lord Francel and the Observatorium. I see you have everything in hand. Carry on, Commander. Surprised to see yours truly at the helm? Well, you have grown. You and me both, old girl. I doubt I'll ever feel worthy to sit where he sat. Got a picture of him. Yet we can but play the hands we're dealt. And with a little help from the veterans and Honor's ceaseless chiding, I'm sure I'll muddle through. So worry not, old girl. Off to Gridania with you. You're growing. It's great. Can really replace him. Just fly. Teleport. 300. Fly. Our shroud is like right next to Gridania. Lore thing to talk about that I read today. Mostly I just read about six Astral era and the 6 Umbral era. Basically a lot of 1.0 stuff. And A Realm Reborn a bit. So it's all information we already know. I did learn something interesting. That, before the Battle of Cartano, Louisoix actually met with Minfilia, pass on leadership, basically, and instruct her to combine the Path of the 12 with the Circle of Moonwing. Great, the Science of the Seventh Dawn. I knew that happened, but did not know that Louisoix specifically directed Minfilia to do that. Basically, when he told her he was going to die. That must have been a hard conversation. Not at the Conjurer's Guild. Is he? I love the rain. Some people. Serpent Honor God? A bid welcome to our visitors from Ishgard. Yeah? So peaceful, one would scarce believe that Baelsar's Wall and wretched Alamigo lie but a few short malms away. Diplomatic duties have brought me here on several occasions, but I find that I am as enraptured by the Black Shroud's beauty now as when first I laid eyes upon it. I fear that this time, however, events shall not afford us the luxury of enjoying the splendor of the forest. An allied decision. Sir Emmerich is ready to attend the council. Since we are here, we are to have an escort to the Lotus Stand. A pleasant place to discuss unpleasant matters, is it not? Yes, of course. 'Tis like that we are the last to arrive. Let us announce ourselves, shall we? Now we go to the Conjurer's Guild. Or the Lotus Stand specifically. Violet Conjurer? Envoy from Ishgard has arrived. Very good. This way, if you please. Ah! And the Lomenson party as well. I had hoped to slip in unnoticed, but I see I was not the only one delayed in my arrival. Greetings, Sir Emmerich. Admiral, always a pleasure. And Somimi, I trust you are well? 'Tis a day for reunions, it seems. I believe you are well acquainted with my escort. Lady Somimi, I was glad to hear from Riol that the missing scions have now been found. Yep. There is much more I would discuss with you, but let us first attend to the issue at hand, shall we?
I bid you welcome, my friends. As you will by now be aware, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn have come into possession of certain intelligence concerning recent developments in the region of Gyr Abania. It springs, I am assured, from an unimpeachable source. Is that not so, Master Alphino?
Indeed, Elder Seedseer. Our information comes directly from a member of the Resistance's inner circle, and we have no cause to doubt its veracity.
This griffin of theirs is a fool if he thinks he can hold Belsar's wall against the Empire. When the Imperials move to take it back, they will come in force. And the resulting fighting is all but certain to spill over into the Black Shroud.
At the Battle of Cartano, the combined might of 3 grand companies labored to contend with the remnants of but a single Imperial legion. Alone, Gridania would be hard-pressed indeed to hold back the tide, should the Garleans turn their minds from reclamation to invasion.
May I once more convey my nation's deepest regrets for our inaction in the days prior to the calamity. 'Tis a stain upon our ledger that I would fain remove. Elder Seedseer, I do hereby request leave to deploy a defensive force within the borders of Gridania. Ishgard's return to the Alliance shall be honored by more than mere ink upon parchment.
The Doman people too would join any effort that weakens our common foe. We are few, but our most seasoned shinobi are at your disposal.
On behalf of my people, I offer you my humble thanks. Gridania welcomes your assistance.
It is time we set our contingency plans in motion. Is the Alliance agreed? Then let us make ready for war. Victory favors the swift. There is much to be done.
The Council knows that Alamigo will not soon be wrested from the Empire, and its decision to bolster the border's defences seems eminently practical. Why then, brother, do you scowl so?
I agree that they have chosen the wisest course available. Indeed, the only reasonable one. Yet something feels awry. In making ready for war, is the Alliance not granting the Griffin the very thing he desired? Any attempt to hold the wall is doomed to failure, aye. But I wonder if we have misjudged the prize for which he plays.
What else? What? No? That the Council was able to reach an accord so swiftly is a heartening development in and itself. I only hope my misgivings prove unfounded. Ah, good. You have yet to depart. I feared I had missed you. Sir Enmark! Master Alphino, a pleasure as always. And Mistress Alice, how wonderful to see you thus recovered. Pardon the interruption. I had hoped to thank Somimi for serving as our escort before other duties called her away. I also wish to thank our Doman ally. Forgive me, my lord. I was but awaiting an opportune moment to join the conversation. The force of habit made me keep to the shadows. No apologies are necessary. Mistress, you agree? I was most grateful for your interjection when I offered Ishgard's support. My nation's historic failure to heed the Alliance's pleas for aid is a matter of record. Even so, the Alliance leaders were plainly unprepared for my impromptu apology. The resulting air of awkwardness might have lingered longer were it not for your timely offer of cooperation. which allowed the Elder Seedseer to accept us both. I very much appreciate the gesture. I only did my duty, Sir Emmerich. The Empire is an enemy to us all, and we are grateful for the opportunity to fight at your side. And full glad are we to have you. Pray convey my regards to the Scions, my friends. We must return to Ishgard. Whatever is wrong with a simple sorry or thank you. Must these politicians always make a speech out of everything? This is how we adults speak, dear sister. Oh my god, Alphino. Mayhap the ones who like the sound of their own voice. In any case, our business here is concluded. We should be on our way as well. Will you accompany us to Revenant's Toll, Ygritte? No. Actually, I think I shall first pay a brief visit to the East Shroud. I am curious to know how Papalymo and Yda fared in their talks with the Sylphs. Not to mention what has been going on at Balzar's Wall. I will join you at the Rising Stones anon. And back to the Rising Stones. Even now I am astonished by how closely Mistress Alizé resembles Master Alphino. The very mannerisms are alike. From a distance I should be hard-pressed to tell one from the other, until they open their mouths, of course. Welcome back, Somimi. I don't know about you, but I am heartily glad that all of the talking is over. I understand that these council meetings are important, but do you not find it tiresome to have to weigh every word before you speak it? I doubt I will ever feel at home in the realm of politics. That said, people have been known to change, and if my brother is willing to run his own errands, anything is possible. Oh. Gotta take the money this time. Oh. That. My stuff. Freeze. There we go. Griffin on the wall. Alizé seems eager to discuss the council's decision with the other Scions. Well, as much as I enjoy the bustle of the toll, I think it's time we headed inside. My brother and the others will not be long. That guys. Oh. Oh. Hello, Trout Black. Thank you for following. Thanks for the compliment. I think my character is pretty cute too. Hope you'll stick around for the story. Ah, you are returned from the council. But what of Alphino? Did some other matter require his attention? An apology, friends. I trust we have not kept you waiting over long. Greetings, everyone. Oh, Kryle, how's Nago doing? She will be alright, won't she? I don't see why not. She's sleeping at the moment. Tataro's keeping an eye on her, so we'll know soon enough if there's any change in her condition. Her wounds are healing well. With sufficient rest, I'm certain she will make a full recovery. Thank goodness for that. Now, mayhap you would share with us the Council's decision. Each of the nations, Ishgard included, has committed to providing military support to Gridania. The Eorzean Alliance will soon have a significant force in the Black Shroud, ready to respond to any Imperial act of aggression. You know, I almost wish the Council would stop messing around and give the Griffin what he wants. I wouldn't like to be the Imperial caught between the Resistance and the Alliance. Ida, you cannot seriously. One does not lightly go to war with the Garlean Empire. Oh, really? I own the two encyclopedias myself. They're really great reads. I'm slowly working through the first one right now. Quite. To open hostilities without due consideration would be to invite disaster. Sigh, if only there were some way to reach the Griffin. Some means to convince him to abandon this reckless course. It may not be entirely unfeasible. There is a network of tunnels beneath Baelzar's wall, secret passages dug by the Resistance to provide a way out of Alamigo, which may equally serve as a way in. Precisely. If all are in agreement, I would be the one to undertake the necessary negotiations. I am familiar with the route, and the Resistance is familiar with me. About as familiar as they are with me, you mean? Say what you want. I'm coming too. I have some experience in the practice of infiltration. If you would have me, my services are at your disposal. As are mine. It has been far too long since I shared a shadow with a shinobi, and I do not intend to waste the opportunity. 4 is quite sufficient for an infiltration mission. Greater numbers will only serve to increase the risk of detection. Pharrell and I will direct our energies elsewhere. What of you, Leviers? I will return to the East Shroud, and stand watch over the border. Should matters take a turn for the worse, 'twould seem wise to be on hand. Might I prevail upon you to accompany me, Somimi? Gridania will be safer for your presence. And, while it may not seem the most thrilling duty, dear sister, might I ask that you remain at the Rising Stones to pass on messages and so on? To hold the fort, you mean? Very well. I suppose the task must fall to someone. Safe travels, all of you. Gonna be alright, I'll say? I suspect Tatara would have little trouble facilitating communication between our forces under normal circumstances, but I concede she has her hands full nursing that resistance fighter back to health. No matter, my turn in the field will come. What's everyone else doing? Abalima? I may perhaps have exaggerated my standing with the resistance a little, but I am confident that I have a reasonable chance of putting a stop to this madness before events spiral out of control. Yes. Fair to middling at the very least. All I'm saying is that it won't be the worst thing if we ended up joining the Griffin's fight against the Empire. I mean, it's going to happen sooner or later, isn't it? My fellow shinobi required little encouragement to take their place amongst the Alliance forces massing in Gridania. They are most eager to cross blades with the armies of Garlemald once more. I am no ninja, but I did spend some few moons in the Sharlayan homeland, learning how to move unseen. Between Yugiri and my humble self, Yida and Papalima will be well protected. Doki. Alphino? If you have any unfinished business in the toll, pray attend to it now. I would depart for the Hawthorn Hut without delay. The nearby watchtower offers an unobstructed view of Baelzar's wall, and I should be interested to speak to the Alliance commanders who have installed themselves at its top. Okay. The Hawthorne Hut. Let's see. Oh, no. There you are. Somimi, there you are. Come. I'm not gonna try pronouncing that. The Alliance officers on the platform should be able to apprise us of any developments at the wall. Fancy meeting the two of you here. We were about to set forth. Indeed, I was about to say 12 watch over you, but I doubt you'll have need of divine protection, even if you are venturing into enemy territory. Don't worry, Alphino. We'll have the griffin by the scruff of the neck before you know it. Do make up your mind, Ida. Nary a moment ago, you seemed ready to shake the griffin by the hand, rather than the neck. So which is it to be? It would be best to decide before we enter into negotiations. Trust me, Papalima. I'll shake whatever needs shaking. The talking part I leave to you. I think I feel a headache coming on. Let's be on our way, shall we? I love Papalima so much. Some things never change. Well then, shall we make for the spire? Our Alliance friends will doubtless have news for us. What? Let's go. Nope. Welcome, Warrior of Light. I assume you are here to speak with our commanding officers. You will find them on the observation platform. Pray proceed. Hey, it's Hilda. Pippin, too. Greetings, my friends. 'Tis good to see you both well. I was hoping you might turn up. I've dragged half the watch here, see? And the sight of you might help remind them why we bothered. Memory serves, I have not seen many of you since the day of the grand melee. Having borne the brunt of your blows, may I say what an honor it is to stand at your side. It's heartening indeed to see the realm's most stalwart defenders thus gathered in common cause. Speaking of which, what news from the wall? All has been quiet. Oh. Not so quiet now. Report. What? 7 hells. Fighting has broken out on top of the wall. A full-scale assault. So the griffin has made his move. Someone has. What's that supposed to mean? The attackers, they're wearing Grand Company colors. Impossible. We gave no such order. Of course, the wall was never the griffin's target. It was bait. We have been goaded into deploying our armies nearby, thus lending weight to this deception. Those uniforms were convincing enough to deceive my scouts. The Empire will surely think we've launched an offensive. This could mean war. Even so, this may yet be no more than a diversion. With the armies of the Alliance occupying the Empire's attention, it would be comparatively easy for the Griffin supporters to slip into Alamigo. He could then incite a rebellion amongst the populace, which the Imperial reserves would be hard-pressed to contain. Eorzea, meanwhile, would be plunged into chaos. So maybe we must make for the wall at once. What? Just the two of you? Our companions embarked on a mission to sway the Griffin from his course, and are likely halfway to his command post by now. They will emerge in the midst of a raging battle, and I do not mean to abandon them to their fate. It will be dangerous, aye, but the confusion may work to our advantage. If we are careful to avoid the skirmishing, it may yet be possible to reach the Griffin, and if we can do that... Lady Hilda, might I ask that you have an airship ready to bear the Scions to safety? Ha! I don't know who this Lady Hilda is, Marshal, but you can count on me. We must prepare for Imperial reprisals. May the Navigator guide us through the storm. Now. Griffin. Forward, comrades. The time has come to drive the Empire from Alamigo and force action upon those who have turned their backs to our suffering for so long. Let this victory be the first step in the liberation of our homeland. Alamigo will be free, no matter the cost. It's good. Griffin Scout? Lady, as per Marshal Terrapin's orders, we will provide a feint to cover your advance. May the crystal light your way forward. From what Papalima told me, the trail ahead should lead us into the shadow of the wall. As we have two objectives, I suggest we divide our forces. I shall make straight ways for the tunnels and attempt to intercept our comrades ere they stumble into a bloodbath. While I do so, I must ask that you scale the wall. Know that I would not propose such a course if there were any other way, but the time for subtlety is past. Take a band of your most trusted companions and cut a path through to the Griffin. Make him see reason, by any means necessary. Once we are free of the tunnels, we will make for your position with all due haste. If everything proceeds according to plan, Hilda will then swoop in and spirit us all away to safety. I only pray that we have enough time. Oh, got a duty. It's fight time. Elzar's wall. 5 minutes, man. These are nice today. Well, hopefully it'll actually be 5 minutes. So Trout Black, how you doing today? This feed over here. Oh, well, never mind. That was super fast. Are a lot of people at this point in the story? Been on the healer. There we go. remind everyone again, I am not the best summoner. You do not come here for good gameplay videos. We're here for lore. Going. Where are we going? We're still going. Up in here? Lagging a little bit. Oh, the tank died. Oh, fudge. Oh, well. Happens. Noises. Oh, is... They're still fighting! Oh my god! Why? Oh, fudge. Thank? for it. Oh, first boss. Break this chain. Okay. Man, attacking me. Oh my god. Whatever it is. I'm gonna run away with it. I really need to use my tombstones of poetics. Got way too many of them. This now. Oh, hello. that all about? Thing. Woo! Oh, another boss. Okay, here we go. Oh! Oh, do we not? Oh. Oh my god. Guess I should supposed to move if he targets me during that. Pretty crazy. Go. Yes. Okay. sad music. Very strange. Oh, final boss time. Oh, taking off his mask? Ah! You! Okay. Kill this not nice person. Your glorious end, warrior of light, come see what awaits you at the far edge of space. Oh my god.
How'd you like these?
Oh no! No!
I'll tear you limb from limb. Sloppy. Amigo!
We gotta take care of these. Oh, fudge.
How'd you like these?
Come on.
Yeah!
Ouch.
Yeah! I'll tear you limb from limb. Sloppy. For our amigo!
This again. Okay, which one are we targeting?
How'd you like these? Yeah!
Fudge. Yep. Oh, this game's really good.
I'll tear you limb from limb. Floppy. For Alamigo!
His voice lines. This again? Yeah, use that limit break. Yeah, we did it! That went really well, actually. Surprising, even though it seemed like a hard fight. I've got some good teammates. Yeah. This. I'll pass on it. Okay. Cutscene time, I assume? Yep.
You've beaten me, aye. But you cannot stop what I've begun. Behold, a glimpse of things to come.
What is he talking about? No.
We did it! We showed the bastards! Aye! Victory is ours!
And who knows, lads? Mayhap the Eorzeans will finally see sense when the enemy turns up on their bloody doorstep.
This is for Alamigo, for Eorzea.
Rentius. Still around?
They die that others may live.
Ugh. Yeah.
Vanguards! Attack!
Oh.
Seven hells. Do you hear that?
God.
War machines. How did they get here so quickly?
Stand your ground! For the resistance!
This is just a slaughter. Oh my god, how many are there?
There's nowhere to run. We're cut off.
Oh god.
Gods help us. What are we thinking? The Empire's too big. Too powerful. Mighty Rolger, grant us the strength to crush our...
It's hard to listen to.
There you are.
As you can see, our infiltrators did not elude me for long. Lady Ugiri is sending for an airship even as we speak.
What do we do? This is a massacre!
How wonderful to see you, Commander.
Ender.
Ilbird. I should have known. This has to end. It has to end now. Do you not see your countrymen dying? Have your ideals rendered you blind even to that? Order the retreat, and we will help your soldiers to safety.
Retreat? With the moment of my triumph so close at hand? You truly are a sheltered child, Leverrier.
Don't know how this is a triumph. Things.
Nidhogg's eyes. No abyss is too deep for you, I see. But trust me when I say that such power was not meant for mortal hands.
How long have I struggled to reach this point? My countrymen, so inured to the taste of defeat, they no longer balk at its bitterness, shouting my throat raw with rallying cries, only to be greeted with dull eyes and blank faces. My brothers and sisters in Ulda have surrendered to their apathy and their appetites. Were it not for the glint of Lonorito's coin, I doubt even those here now would have answered my call. Take back our homeland! Free Al Amigo! Ha! They'll happily mouth the words, but they won't spill the blood. You say no mortal should wield these eyes? Then I shall gladly become a demon. I will suckle on the souls of the hopeless and liberate the homeland they no longer deserve.
What exactly do you mean to do?
Did you hear their cries as victory was snatched away from them? Even with their dying breaths, they cursed the Empire. Never has their desire for vengeance been so raw, so true. A god has no need of faith when summoned by so pure a purpose.
Summoned?
You cannot mean to fight the Empire with a primal! You know full well the danger, the futility of relying on such power!
Oh yes, I know their limitations. Which is why I will call upon a deity more terrible than the very black worm of the calamity itself.
What? Here? Now?
Like hells you will!
Oh. That was impressive, to be fair.
An ending to mark a new beginning. My pain, my longing, you shall have it all!
What? Very unpleasant. Seriously. Oh. Oh my god.
This light, is it?
His death completed the ritual. The primal is taking shape.
Well, can't we stop it? There must be something we can do!
There is one thing.
What? Hey! Where do you think you're going?
Oh no.
Master Louisoix briefly contained Bahamut by means of a potent spell of sealing. I will now attempt to do the same.
But that's impossible! We would need hours to collect the necessary ether, if not days!
Ah, Alphino, though I concede it may not always be apparent, I was ever your grandsire's finest pupil.
Timtamati, of course! The staff still holds enormous power, broken or not.
Don't you dare, Papalimo! I know how that spell works.
Oh no. Really gonna do this to me, aren't they?
It is time to leave!
Quite right. Quickly now, off you go. The further away, the better.
No! If you're staying, then so am I.
No, Ida. There is a path only you can walk, and it must not end here. Not like this. Take her! Please, you have to take her!
Ugh.
What? No! Damn it, Thancred! Put me down! Thancred!
This is one battle you cannot fight. Away with you! Go!
Oh, no!
Hilda! I think he means now!
I bid thee farewell again, my dear Ida. Now, let us see how good a student I truly was.
Oh. How many more must we understand only too well the desire to reclaim, but I cannot condone such slaughter. It has been explained to me what the light represents. I have ordered our forces to stand ready. Little else but wait. Every Ishgardian gets taught that the clouds grip of the worn elements of water and wind. Enough to tear you apart, they say. No one's ever gone to the bottom of the abyss and lived to tell the tale. So how did that bastard manage to get his hands on Nidhogg's eyes? Papalina knew what he was doing. I could not refuse it. Why? Why didn't they let me stay? Papalina is my friend. I should have been there with him. You could see it in his eyes, Ida. He knew what he was doing, what had to be done. Master Louisoix wore that same look right before the end. You think I don't know that? I know, alright, I know. There's nothing more you could have done. Ilbert caught us all off guard. Even Somimi was powerless to stop him. You must blame someone, then blame me. Just promise that you will never forget what Papalima strove to protect, or the lessons he tried to teach you. Don't speak to me. Leave Ida with me. Go on. Go back to the Rising Stones. The others need to know what happened here. I need a moment here, guys. That was a lot. Again. Oliver, probably all over. For those tuning in, Papalimo was my favorite of the Scions. I'm taking this pretty hard. Didn't think he'd go out like that. It's plain that recent events have shaken Alphinaud before. Louisoix's finest student. Once again, I find myself at a loss for words. Thancred is right. We must return to the Rising Stones and apprise our companions of all of this. Pray make your way there at once. We'll send word to Y'shtola and the others of our imminent... Just give me like 1 sec, guys. Okay, back to it. Why does everyone look so grim? Has something happened? Say something, for heaven's sake. Would seem you bring ill tidings, brother. Behind the griffin's mask, we found the grinning face of an old adversary, Ilberd. I know not how, but he had in his possession the eyes of Nidhogg, whose dread power he used to initiate a summoning ritual, even as we looked on. By the 12th? I don't understand. To attempt such a magic requires every ounce of one's aether. No one, not even grandfather, could cast it and hope to survive. Indeed, it was ever a last resort, as I am certain Papalymo where. Thus did the pupil follow in the footsteps of his master, and unto the grave. I have as yet been unable to explain how Ilbert came to possess Nidhogg's eyes. The depths of the sea of clouds, a perpetual storm of water and wind aspected aether rages. No mortal could endure such conditions. Then mayhap it was the work of an Ascian. But now is not the time for idle speculation. Trial, I have need of your assistance. Yes, of course. We must inspect the cocoon of light and ascertain the state of the primal trapped within. Between our respective talents, I dare say we shall glean some measure of insight. Understood. I can't promise I'll be able to sense much through the barrier, but I shall certainly do my best. As shall I. Let us be about it, then. What? Without so much as a by your leave? Pray forgive Archon Y'shtola her brevity. She seeketh employment, lest her grief deprive her of the will to act. The desire to comfort Ida, no doubtless, compoundeth her unseen taste. I too must contend with this grievous loss in mine own way. By thy leave, Lady Alice, I shall honor our fallen colleague in painful study. There exist writings which may yet further our understanding of this cocoon of light. Mayhap I was too quick to judge. Rending sadness and regret would be a poor tribute to Papalymo's sacrifice. Quite. We must begin preparations to face Ilberd's accursed creation without delay. What time we have was purchased at too dear a price for us to squander it. Forever. I'll say. The interminable wait for news from Gdania taking its toll on Alice. Somimi. I wish I had more to tell you, but the situation in the East Shroud remains largely unchanged. Meaning, we still have no idea how long it will be before a communication from the Alliance. One moment. Yes, of course. Our representatives will be present. My thanks. Word from Gdania, the Council will shortly be The Alliance leaders have already begun to assemble. They wish to discuss the primal, of course. As of Y'shtola's last report, the cocoon yet hung above the wall, unchanged. Yes, but the Elder Seer doubtless shares our concerns about how long it will remain so. I am told that Sid Garland has been called in to add his expertise to the meetings. A wise decision. The more minds we have working on this, the better. Well then, I suggest we leave the rising stones into Taru's capable hands. Make haste for the lotus stand. This guy.
A word, if you would, good sir. This place. It is within the realm of Eorzea.
You're an odd-looking fellow, aren't you? Still, takes all sorts, I suppose. This here's Vesper Bay. Thanalan's door to the ocean, as some folk like to call it.
Am I to understand from your answer that I have indeed arrived in Eorzea?
My god, intense much.
Hey? Yes? You're in Eorzea?
Ah! A plain response at last, and the one I wanted at that. My journey was not without its hardships, and I would sooner travel by land than put to sea again. You do not believe that so small a bark could bear me across the ocean? Such timid little sailors. I had but to set my course and set my jaw till I made port.
Goodness.
Though, 'twould perhaps have been wise to lay down my oars a moment to sup on more than the spray of brine water. By the trembling of my limbs, I sense a brief repast may be in order.
Oh?
Nay, I will not hearken to the feeble grumblings of an empty belly.
So that was his
Duty
belly.
comes before all.
My goodness. Oh! Oh my goodness. Oh!
Good man. Are you alright?
Okay. Who is this strange man? He is very, very amusing. I want more of him.
Thou art far indeed from home, friend.
Back to Gridania. To the conjurers. Welcome, Warrior Blight. This way, if you please. The waddle. The waddle of the Lullafels.
Dear friends, pray accept my heartfelt thanks for your efforts in defense of Gridania's borders. I would fain dwell longer on my gratitude for the support of the Alliance, but the situation at Belsar's Wall demands that we forego such pleasantries.
According to our most recent intelligence, the cocoon of light that formed in the air above the wall remains undimmed and unbroken. After measuring the cocoon's etheric concentrations, Archon Y'shtola has confirmed the presence of a primal entity.
That's not surprising.
So we must assume that Ilbert's thrice damned god is indeed trapped within. And what news of the Imperials? They're not like to ignore such a spectacle.
Sir, a Garlean airship was observed making an approach, but the vessel was destroyed when it drew near. The Empire appears to have made no subsequent attempts to reach the object.
A force field around it?
The soldiers who witnessed the incident spoke of a lance of light issuing from within the cocoon. Of an entire warship being reduced to smoking ruin in the space of a moment. Veterans of Cartano, meanwhile, likened the destruction to that wrought by the fiery wrath of Bahamut.
We could face another calamity.
So the Primal is awake then? Contained, yes, but for how long? We must destroy it now, lest it break free.
Agreed. There is, however, the small matter of how to get close enough to a being that swats warships from the sky as you would a bothersome gnat.
Who's there?
Is this truly so complex a puzzle? Or have you no stomach for the obvious solution?
What in the hells are you doing here?
A pleasure to see you too, Garland. Now, if you'd be so kind as to explain to these good people why you should be begging me for my assistance, that would be most appreciated.
Who is this man?
Emmerich, oh boy.
Oh, how terrifically rude of me. Nero Tolskeva, former tribunus of the 14th Legion of the Garlean Empire. These days, however, one might say that I'm something of a free agent.
What do you want, Nero?
I was getting to that. Although you already know what I'm about to propose, old friend. As you have rather belatedly realized, within that frail binding lurks an entity alike in strength to the great Bahamut, and the only force in existence which might conceivably contend with such a foe is the very creation which captured the Elder Primal in the first place. I speak, of course, of Omega.
Omega?
Omega? That hulk has been gathering dust beneath the plains of Cartanow since the Allagans breathed their last. And none alive knows how to wake it.
I'm sorry? Do you understand who it is with whom you have the privilege of speaking? I'm Nero Tolskeva, Master Engineer,
the mechanical genius who restored the Ultima weapon to full operational capacity. And as luck would have it, I am graciously offering you the use of my considerable expertise.
And what, you just expect us to accept? You're a fool if you think your deeds at the Crystal Tower are enough to win my trust, Nero.
Trust? You wound me, Garland. All those years, studying side by side at the Academy, sharing both trial and triumph, we were countrymen once, you and I. But sentiment aside, have you a better solution? Or do you mean to send in your vaunted hero there, as you always do, and pray the world is not engulfed in flame? Let us approach the problem in a rational manner. Does not the fact that Omega slumbers in stasis point to the existence of some overriding technology? A means of control?
I would ask a question, if I may. Nero, was it not? In the event that we succeeded in using Omega to shackle the Primal in the manner you propose, what then would become of it? Do we not risk repeating the mistakes of the Allagans?
Omega is but a tool. How we choose to employ that tool is entirely up to us. Of course, if you would rather leave it buried beneath Cartano while you continue your petty squabbles above, then I suppose that is also your choice.
Spare us, Nero. The Seedseer's concern is a valid one. He who controls Omega wields the power of the gods, the very power which led the Allagans to destroy themselves.
Right.
And does it not fall to we engineers to prevent such misuse? What was your company's proud slogan? Freedom through technology?
Nero, knowing all the buttons
A
to press.
creed you follow, is it? What say you? Do we take this villain at his word?
No, but I'll keep an eye on him.
As will I. I don't like it, but then it doesn't look like we have much choice.
Nope, unfortunately.
Would the Council be willing to entrust this matter to a pair of former Imperials?
Yes. The task of restoring the Allagan relic will be yours. But the responsibility for its reawakening must remain with the Council. Do we condone this course of action?
Aye. It would seem we do. Let the record show that we invest this contingent with the authority to enter Cartano and take command of Omega. Sid, I appoint you leader of the expedition. Scions, I would ask that you assign some few of your number to escort Master Garland and supervise the other one.
The other one. Nero. I got this.
We should be happy to oblige. The politics of Cartano being what they are, I dare say our neutrality will prove useful in avoiding any unnecessary entanglements.
If I am not mistaken, Doma occupies a similarly neutral position. Might we not persuade you to join the expedition, Lady Yugiri? If you suspected any foul play from Nero, you would be welcome to kill him.
You could kill him. No problem.
My blade is yours.
Oh gosh, she's so intimidating.
Not a moment's hesitation, eh? You'll forgive me if I do not shake your hand.
Poor Sid. Always having Nero pop up. No. Well, that was a rather unexpected development, and one which raises a number of questions. Not least among them, how Nero chanced to learn of the council meeting in the first place. Excuse me. How many scrolls? That's so. Yeah. Running out of inventory space. This surprise present? The greater I'm not gonna be able to say that word. Alphino is eager to join Sid and the others. Sid and the others are assembling at the airship landing. Alice is already on her way, and it would not do to lag too far behind. Let us be off. Where are we going? Oh, the airship landing. No. Sit. Somimi, Alphino, ready to go? The others have stepped out onto the landing for a moment. Lest you wonder, Nero insisted that he be allowed to inspect the Excelsior before boarding. And you let him? Despite his very timely offer of assistance, the thought of that man poking about in the workings of the ship without proper supervision does not fill me with confidence. Calm yourself, Alphino. Your sister was adamant that he would never leave her sight. She and Yugiri are, well, here they are now. Alright, I think that's everyone. Shall I set course for Cartano? Might I ask that we delay our departure slightly? I require no more than a few hours at most. Our colleagues are studying the cocoon even as we speak, and I would hear their latest observations ere we proceed. It would seem wise to gain as clear an understanding of the situation as possible before formulating our plan. Oh, I thought time was against us. How foolish of me. Hold your tongue. When we want your opinion, we'll ask for it. Forgive me, my lady. I shall keep my counsel until such time as you have finished procrastinating. All right. While Alphino speaks with his colleagues, I shall fly the Excelsior over to Mordona, and we can reconvene at the Rising Stones. Mine apologies for the trouble. I shall visit Y'shtola and the others forthwith, and join you as soon as I am able. Somimi, pray accompany Alice back to the Rising Stones. I should feel safer knowing you are present to entertain our guest. Right. Everyone heading to Mordona is welcome to travel aboard the Excelsior. I'll clear things with the girl at the counter here. Let her know when you're ready to leave. Let's go. Ida. You're traveling with Master Garland, miss. The Enterprise Excelsior is right this way. Oh, to Mardona. Nero? What manner of airship has no private cabins? Then again, I suppose Garland had to find somewhere to stow his half-baked inventions. What? You agree? I do not care for that man. Alisei, strange though it may seem, Nero's former loyalties do not trouble me, but I can see why people are loath to lower their guard around him. Yeah, he's certainly got a way about him. Not quite a door-to-door service, but I couldn't exactly land her in the toll's main square. Shall we adjourn to the Rising Stones, then? Okay. Hope everyone's having a good, relaxing time. Not sure my voice is soothing, as it were, but I try my best. It's not loading. No, I am stuck outside the door. God, my lag must be bad. Oh, there we go. Everyone's Nero. They're so far away from him. Oh my goodness. This? We must be careful, old friend. The walking weapons of Alag were expressly designed to subdue primals, but men like Gaius will always seek to use them against mankind. It falls to us to ensure that Omega is never employed as a weapon of war. In the wrong hands, it would be bad. Alisei? One was created to capture Bahamut, and the other to surpass him. Which will prove the stronger, I wonder? You agree? Fear not, I shall keep a close eye on our new ally. Utaru? I know Nero's a guest here, but we don't exactly have the happiest history with the Empire, do we? So my question to you is, do I offer him tea? No, we do not offer him tea, Tataru. Ome? Ah, the determination upon their faces. There's nothing more blinding than youth burning with purpose. Cory Boulder and his companions left to continue reconnaissance on the beast tribes. They were adamant about shouldering what burdens they could, while the senior scions were occupied with this cocoon emergency. Okay, Nero. What do you think of our headquarters?
So these are the fabled headquarters of the Scions. I confess I would have expected an order of self-proclaimed warrior scholars to surround themselves with the fruits of man's enlightenment. And yet there's not so much as a single piece of magitech in sight. It never ceases to amaze me how primitive you Eorzeans truly are.
Nero, watch yourself.
Oh, I'll have you know that the Rising Stones is home to the very latest in magitech innovation.
What?
Wedge calls it the Mark 14 Thermocoil Boil Master, and it's the finest kettle I've ever had the pleasure to own.
Oh, Tataru, I love you.
We are returned. Well, Ida and I, at least. Ishtola and the others remain behind to continue their assessment of the binding magic.
There didn't seem much point staying just for that, so I decided to come back with Alphino. Papalimo bought us this time. We shouldn't waste it.
By your leave!
Oh, hello?
Good God, that voice could fell a gigas.
This is the Rising Stones, domicile of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. I enter at the invitation of one Lord Urianger. I spy you there, Shadow Walker. You always were a hard one to find.
Ugiri, do you know this man?
Oh no. Oh no! Oh.
Gosetsu, why are you come to Eorzea?
Gosetsu.
In search of you, Ugiri. For days and nights did I row across the angry sea. I made port in good spirits, only for my own flesh to betray me over the trifling matter of an empty belly. Collapsed in the street like an unfed stray I was, until Lord Urianger came to my aid.
Oh my...
Over a most welcome meal, we spoke of the plight of Doma, and I learned of our displaced countrymen's work to resettle this blighted land. 'Twas blind fortune that I was able to locate you so swiftly. But now we must make ready to depart. Our master languishes in dire peril, and Doma calls her daughter home.
Huh.
It is not so simple, Gosetsu. There are obligations which bind me here.
You refuse? Did you mislay your oath during your flight from our homeland? The laws of hospitality must be honored, but surely the vow to defend your master demands the greater obeisance.
Obeisance.
It was our master who bid me guide our people to safe haven by any means necessary. And it was the Scions you see before you who provided us succor and sanctuary when all others refused. Dire peril or no, were I to return without first repaying such hospitality, our master would cut me down at the threshold.
Mayhap that is so.
There is more. A crisis threatens all within this realm, Eorzean and Doman alike, and I go to play my part in its resolution. I will not bring shame upon our liege by abandoning my people or my duty.
How very noble of you. Now, in the name of honor, kinship, and, yes, practicality, might I suggest we get this expedition underway? Or would you rather debate the finer points of duty and leave Omega to the Empire?
The Empire? You, Giddy? You draw steel against the curse of Garlemald?
Yeah.
Then why did you not say so? My blade is oath-bound to fall upon the ranks of the Imperials wheresoever they march. Lead on, Shadow Walker, and may the enemy tremble at our coming.
Oh my goodness. Or gets it. So Mimi, wait, could I speak to you for a moment? You remember when I had you meet me at the Diamond Forge and we ambushed you? I do remember that. Well, once we had your measurements, I set to work making you a traveling outfit in my spare time. I've only just this moment finished the stitching, but I wanted you to have it before you left. Here. Aww. Your Tataru. You can try it on now. On right now if you like. Oh, look how cute I look. Oh, it's so lovely. Assuming we measured correctly, the fit should be just right. Snug, but not too snug, if you know what I mean. So, how does it feel? Feels great. You're not just saying that, are you? Oh, I can't tell you how much this means to me. To have crafted something worthy of the Warrior of Light is... well, let's just say it makes all the practice worthwhile. I also sewed in a blood pearl charm to, you know, bring you home. May it always protect you. Aww. Aww. So sweet. But I do have to wear my other outfit. But maybe I'll incorporate it. Yes, Totaro is definitely the master tailor, Trout Black. What everyone has to say. Alphino? Just the 2 unexpected guests? Then, still, I suspect that each will prove useful in his own way. Hero? The Mark 14th Thermocoil Boil Master. Dear me, how risible must the previous 13 iterations have been? Risible? I could design a more efficient water heater in the time it took that ill-conceived lump to become lukewarm. Hey, be nice to Wedge. Oh, I think he's going to fit right in. Say? Truly, I had no idea Domans could be so loud. He and Yugiri could hardly be more different. Yugiri? Never did I think to hear Gosetsu's voice echo through these halls. Tatar. How dare he mock the science like that? If I ever had to sew a set of traveling clothes for him, I just might forget to take out the pins. Indeed. Oh yeah, talking to everyone before the quests is like one of my favorite things to do. Oh, Gosetsu. My blade shall carve a path through the Empire's ranks as a scythe fells stalks of wheat. Fun. Ida. Fly free, my pretty. Ida's eyes shine with rekindled determination. So, we have to wake Omega up, right? When do we start? Ida, are you sure that's... I'm sure, yes. I won't lie and say I'm completely fine, but I'll feel a lot better if I'm doing something useful. Very well. I will remain here and continue coordinating our efforts with the Alliance. Alphino, mayhap you could return to Gridania and assist Yustolas and Kral? A fine suggestion. The rest of us will form the Cartanu Expedition Party. Nira and I will focus on rousing Omega, while Somimi, Yida, and our Doman friends take care of security. The Excelsior is by the lake, just outside town. We'll leave as soon as everyone is ready. Ba-da-da-ba-ba. Go. Ah. Oh, this is a thing? Okay, well, before we head on, I think I'm gonna take my bathroom break now. It'll be about 15 minutes. I'll see you guys soon, okay? Hello, hello. I am back. Thank you for waiting. Get back the game now. Gyr. Gosetsu is an accomplished swordsman. Should it come to battle, he will prove a staunch ally. Would that I could say the same for Nero. Nero. Soon, Omega, soon, I will see you rise again. Gosetsu? Will this contraption truly bear us through the skies? I mean, it has in the past. You know? I was a bit lost for a while back there, but I'll be fine. Trust me. Okay, Sid. We haven't far to go. With any luck, we'll be in Cartano before Gosetsu graces the deck with his dinner. Oh no. Once there, however, we had best be on our guard. Given that Aline Royale was still active when Omega was discovered, we can be sure that the Empire has long been aware of its existence. And if Nero deemed it the obvious solution to the threat posed by this new primal, it is not impossible that Garlemald might do the same. Have your weapons ready, and your wits about you. Something tells me we're flying into a fight. Man, Excelsior looks quite crazy now. All of its additions.
Now, where was that? Ah. I've enabled the teleporter. One brief jump and we shall arrive in Omega's control room.
How convenient. You've been here before.
Of course. It was no easy task threading a path through all the skirmishes. But how could I ignore the existence of such a fascinating toy? You may trust that my preliminary examination was suitably thorough.
Trust? Aye. I trust your appetite for technology.
Oh, here's the
I chased down a
Garleans.
suspect airship, and who should I find but the traitor, Sid Garland. Searching for something, engineer? Something big? It's close, isn't it? It's like all my name days have come at once.
For all the scouts the Empire could have sent. Take care of that brute, will you?
God damn it. Can't let Nero tinker around in there by himself. I'm sorry to leave you to it, but I dare say you'll manage without me. This clod has no idea who he's dealing with.
Battle time, then? Battle time. Oh. Gosetsu.
I am Gosetsu, Samurai of Doma. You will rue your choice of opponent this day.
Oh. Oh. Show off my big hammer. Okey-dokey. Oh, fire for that.
No holding back!
No retreat. No surrender.
I have you.
This one'll sting.
An opening.
With soul and steel.
You watching, Cabalero? Your defense is lacking.
'Tis my right to strike.
Yep. They're already over. Surrender! We have you outnumbered. Wouldn't be the first time. Are you still playing with those soldiers? I suppose I can lend you one of my toys, but only if you promise to give it back. Oh. Oh, we got his, like, Magitech armor. Behold, the Red Baron. Now end this nonsense. I love that. What the? No one told me they'd have Magitech armor. Forward! For the Empire! The honorless cur thinks to abandon his men. I shall see that he shares their fate. Pray attend to the rest of his minions. Yeah? Hey, you can't just run off. Concerning a battle is punishable by death. I hear you stand your ground. Come back here now, please. You're down all to the 7 hell. I'll kill you bastards. If it's the last thing I do.
defense is lacking.
There we go. You haven't seen the last of me. Mark my words, it'll be you who rues this day. That?
Temporal stasis disengaged. All systems operational. Garland?
All clear on this side. It's waking up.
Oh. A lot of moving pieces.
Remarkable! Omega sensors immediately detected the presence of the cocoon, even at this distance. They must have been set to scan for sources of energy exceeding certain magnitudes.
I still don't see any means to control the machine directly. It seems to have been designed to act wholly autonomously. Once we release Omega, we can be fairly certain it will attempt to capture the Primal at Belsar's Wall. Assuming its mission is successful, our only option at that point will be to re-engage its stasis system and put it back to sleep.
And should the machine happen to misbehave, we'll simply initiate an emergency shutdown. I confess we don't yet have a complete grasp of its capabilities, but I'm certain the details will not elude us for long.
Sounds dangerous.
Well, I understood less than half of that. So, my question to you is, are we doing the right thing? What do I think? All right. Step aside, Sid. Is this the thing I need to press?
Yes, that's the one.
I'm gonna press it.
You gave too much for us to waste this chance, Papalimo. So this is for you. And me.
Yes! Fly free, my pretty!
Oh my goodness.
Show us what you can do.
You sounded a little unhinged there, Nero. I don't like the sound of these blarings.
The launch sequence has begun. Omega is loose.
Shh. Happen now. Oh. Oh no. It broke free! What is it? There's Omega. What the fudge? Goodness. Something very creepy looking. Do not like it. Whoa. my. What the fudge? Oh. Some in the water? Yeesh. Not gonna lie, that sort of looks really pretty. Whoa! Yeah, I really don't like the way Omega looks. It creeps me out. It's very insectoid. Whoa. Maybe another dragon primal. Oof. Whoa. Uh-oh. Oof. What's it doing now? Oh, what? Whoa. Sheesh. We got freaking Dragon Ball Z laser flight fights now. Oh, we're gonna win. Whoa. What? Well, that place has to be destroyed now, right? Up. World? Happened.
Huh? Omega has stopped transmitting. But that shouldn't be. I didn't engage the stasis system.
And what does this signify? I have little understanding of these contrivances.
The launch went exactly to plan, but all signals emanating from Omega have ceased. This may indicate any number of things, but we will need to join the Scions out in the field if we are to ascertain which one.
Right. I've ordered a malfunctioning beast to go to sleep. That should prevent any unfortunate mishaps. I suggest we make our way back to Gridania.
Oh. What?
Omega destroyed the cocoon.
What?
Papalimo's spell is fading. It was bound to his ether, you see. And if the connection is broken...
What? Why did her tattoo go away? Not sure why we lost contact with Omega, but I mean to find out. Let's be on our way. Ah, there's it. One moment, everything was functioning perfectly, and the next, it wasn't. Makes no sense. We need to see what happened for ourselves, and soon. Alphino? Alphino has the look of a man with much to say. Words can ill express how glad I am to see you all unharmed. When Omega came hurtling towards the cocoon, everything dissolved in chaos. I have to see it. I have to see it with my own eyes. Ida, wait! We must first... Hi, the Elder Seed Seer is expecting us. Worry not, Alphino. Gosetsu and I will watch over her. You may safely attend your meeting. My thanks, Yuguri. The council reconvened a short while ago. Let us make haste for the Lotus Stand. All there are eager to hear your testimony. Right. Okay. Silent Conjure? Elder Seed Seer awaits you within. I'm actually walking this time. Ready. Raban? Would seem Garland's little friend was as good as his word. Another calamity averted, eh? How many times now have you and yours hauled us back from the brink? Emmerich? Had I not instructed you to throw Nidhogg's accursed eyes into the abyss, all of this might have been avoided. I thought them beyond reach. Hey, don't blame yourself, Emmerich. Nobody could have seen what came to be. My friends, full eagerly have we awaited your return. You indeed could have discharged the duty entrusted to you, and most humbly do we thank you for seeing it done. You are too kind, Elder Seedseer. As I recall, we as good as demanded the right to try. But tell me, how did the battle unfold? We succeeded in waking Omega, aye, but we lost contact with the weapon shortly after it launched. From our position in the control room, we were blind to all that followed. What words could do justice to such a scene? None of my choosing. That much is certain, but I can give you the facts. The cocoon hatched even as Omega arrived, and from its midst rose a great dragon. The pair duly set about each other in the skies over Gyr Abania. The primal's might defied belief. It seemed the very heavens would be rent asunder by the force of its blows, and it wielded such magics as I have never seen and hope never to see again. Battle raged on with no end in sight until both combatants were engulfed in a blinding flash of light. When the radiance faded, I saw the pair fall motionless from the sky, coming to rest somewhere on Alamegan soil. I will not speak for the rest, but to my eye it seemed that each had landed a fatal blow upon the other. While most among us could think only of Bahamut when looking upon the primal's form, the Domans were heard to whisper the name Shinryu. It would appear that the being resembles a creature of Far Eastern legend, and we have found it convenient to refer to it as such. This Shinryu's fate, and indeed that of Omega, is yet unknown. We have, alas, no eyes on the Gyr Abanian side of the border. Aye, which is why we have sent our main force under the command of Marshal Terrapin to capture the wall. With the Imperials in disarray, we have the perfect opportunity to secure Gridania's border and assess the aftermath of the impact. I myself will join the Marshal and his men when the council is adjourned. Well, that explains a few things. I'll wager that flash of light coincided with our loss of contact. Lest you wonder, we quickly re-engaged Omega's stasis systems. So even if it has fallen into the Empire's lap, it'll be of no use to them, save perhaps as a statue. Correct. Without me to guide their efforts, it would take them decades to decipher Omega's core functions, if they managed it at all. Such reassurances do much to calm our fears, yet the relic's fate is but one of several concerns. Indeed, I humbly submit that the time has come for us to make contact with the Resistance representatives in Gyr Abania. Though Ilbert has forced our hand, it would seem only logical to seek an alliance, given the inevitability of Imperial retaliation. And by working in concert, it is not impossible that Alamigo might finally be wrested from Garlemald's grasp. Yeah. There's so many people. Remember? The operation to take the wall will be Ishgard's first military action under Alliance banners. Though I have no appetite for bloodshed, a part of me is glad of the chance to begin reparations for our past inaction. Naysena? Pray accept my humblest and most earnest thanks once again. Warrior of Light, had Shinryu been suffered to roam free, the Trollswood would surely have been laid to waste. I go to oversee operations at Baelsar's wall. You have done your part. Leave us to handle the initial Imperial reprisal, and rest while you may. Oh, what? When the Primal emerged, I was for an instant transported back to Cartano, to the moment the Black Worm made an 8th hell of the battlefield. Gladly would I live out the rest of my days without seeing such a sight again. Hero? I would very much like to see this Shinryu creature for myself. If, as seems likely, we put Omega into stasis after... what did they call it? Ah yes, after Shinryu was defeated, we should have little to fear from either one of them. Enough? You must be exhausted. I would ordinarily suggest that we retire directly to the Rising Stones, but I wonder if we might first make a small detour. Gestol and the others have gathered at Amarysai's fire? And I imagine that you too would be interested to see what has become of the wall now the cocoon is gone. It is decided then. Lead on. Anna? No trace of the cocoon remains. 'Tis as if it never existed. Well? Oh, thank the 12. After witnessing Omega's single-minded onslaught, I had visions of you being trapped between it and its target. Hardly the most rational concern, I concede, but if you had seen what I saw... Что?
My friends, I cannot well express how glad I am to see you both unharmed. They say that Omega's clash with the Primal shook the very firmament.
You need not have worried. The battle took place far above the ground. We were able to observe in relative safety, though I'm given to understand that there were casualties on the far side of the wall.
It was like watching a nightmare unfold before our very eyes. Ilbird's primal manifested in the form of a colossal dragon, a being of pure violence. It burst forth from the cocoon with such terrible force.
That such a horror should spring from the eyes of Nidhogg comes as no surprise. Nor do I wonder at its form. Ilberd all but announced it in the moments prior to his death. Plainly, it was his dying wish to visit a second calamity upon the Empire.
And I am quite certain the abomination would have obliged had it not found itself outmatched by Omega. Gods! I am no stranger to the works of Alag, but even I was unprepared for the machine's furiosity. It beggared belief.
And how fares poor Ida in the midst of all this? Have you spoken with her?
She's up on the platform, lost in thought. We deemed it best not to disturb her, but mayhaps she would welcome some company after all. Shall we?
The light's gone. It was all we had left of him.
Ida.
I don't blame anyone. I knew what was going to happen. I knew the spell Papalimo meant to cast would drain away his life force. I knew that it would only buy us a little time.
Oh. Get to see her face?
Ida, there is no need to explain.
But there is. I can't hide in Papalimo's little shadow anymore, and I shouldn't hide behind my sister's mask. 20 years ago, on the day the Empire marched into Alamigo, I was still just a child, not even 5 summers old. My father had been one of the leaders of the revolution. He had fought to overthrow the Mad King, Theodoric. And my sister had fought alongside him. But she was strong and kind, and always knew what to do. But when the Garleans came, everything changed. My father went to war against them too, and I never saw him again. After that, I remember a lot of running. My sister dragged me for malms and malms until we came to the city of Charlian. That was where she met Master Louisoix. He introduced her to the Circle of Knowing, and she eventually became an Archon.
She was your inspiration. Is that not why you took up her mask and her name? Or did you simply mean to continue what she had started?
You've known all along, haven't you? That I wasn't Ida.
Of course. We all recognized you at once. 'Twas Papalimo who persuaded us to maintain the charade.
It was silly to think I could fool you. I knew that even then, but I sort of decided not to know. Ida died 6 years ago, on a mission to smuggle refugees out of Alamigo. They say she was overwhelmed by Imperial soldiers when she stayed behind to save a little girl. She was so strong. There must have been a lot of them. I'm sorry for lying to you. My real name is Lise. When Papalimo brought me Ida's mask, it was meant as a keepsake, but I decided I wanted to be his new partner, to keep alive all the good that she had done. I didn't want to become Ida, exactly. At the time, though, I still didn't know who I was myself, and it almost seemed easier to play the role. Papalimo agreed to help, of course, but it was never what he wanted for me. He wanted me to walk my own path, and those were his final words to me. The Archon's mark he gave me is faded, and my last excuse along with it. So this is it. Whatever I choose to do from now on, I do as Lise. And I choose to continue my family's fight. I want Alamigo to be the country that Ida and my father always wanted it to be.
War is upon us once more.
Do you regret standing against the Empire? Would you have chosen a different road, knowing what you know now?
To claim that I never doubted the decision would be a lie. But I made my choice, and I have defended it with blade in hand ever since.
The battle continues, and our steel is needed. Come, Shadow Walker, we leave for the east, for Doma.
More cutscenes. It was brave of Lise to remove her mask after so long. Though she has scarce begun to come to terms with Papalimo's loss, that one act made plain her determination to move forward. And should she ever falter, we shall be there to support her on this road she has resolved to walk. Let us return to the Rising Stones. We have quite a story to tell Tataru and my sister. Yes. Cut credits. Got credits, so I guess we finished the post game. Awesome.
Children of the land, do you hear? Echoes of truths that once rang clear.
souls intertwined, one true love they did find, bringing land and heavens near. But flames that burn full bright soon fell dark. Memories dimmed by shadowed hearts. In the waxing gloom did wane the lover's moon, watching as their worlds drift apart. One soul's cry, a passion welling within. Sacrifice, a final plea to her kin. Yet this bond of hope by treachery was broke, scattering her words to the wind. Swelling over long seas of blood are a song, and death an afterthought to those who fight for naught alone, lying children of the land, answer this. Why must you turn to empty bliss? Tell me why break trust? Why turn the past to dust? Seeking solace in the abyss. Tell me why create a circle none can break? Why must you let go the life you were bestowed? This I fear I'll never know.
Sorry about going silent there for a little bit. I just know some of my followers like to listen and sing along to the music, so... yeah, I'm gonna skip the rest of it. Okay. Off now? Should have seen the look on Tataro's face when I recounted Lys's, I realize in retrospect that I should perhaps have waited for you to return. I, also told Alice. Apologies. Oh my god, Alpha no. Can't be trusted with anything. For me? Lady Flamen? I sent her outside to enjoy a quiet cup of tea. Much has happened these past minutes. We all can use a rest every now and again. My sister has the most curious ideas about courtship. I made a fool of myself on our last mission. Huff. But I will show him what I'm made of. Come now, Hori. Yet, is that the best you've got? Should the Archons be called away to Gyr Abania, Huff, it will fall to us to deal with the Scion's usual obligations, and thus, Puff, we must remain in peak condition. A fine showing, brother, but you have yet to outpace Aenor. What to know? Though it might be simpler to surrender to despair, I have chosen to resume my studies in the arcane. I received much wisdom from Papalimo, and I would put his advice into practice. Oh, you guys are here too. Yo, it's been a while. Things are heating up in Alamigo, but we can't afford to lose track of the trouble what might be brewing in the rest of the realm. Don't you worry though, I'll be keeping an ear to the ground, me nose in the air, and one eye on the horizon. Taru? Did you know about Lys? I had no idea. We only met after the calamity, and her sister must already have been, well, you know. Ome? Back in the Far East, we treat back pain with a long soak in a hot spring. What say you to a short journey, Isolder? I'm told the waters at Camp Bronze Lake are famous for their healing properties. At last I was able to rise from my sickbed, but the pain when I tried to take up my axe, ugh, what a sad old man I have become. Ah, chin up, Isolder. Alice? You may have mentioned, but Alphino has appraised me of all that came to pass in Gridania. Your only task now is to rest. This is the calm before the storm. Lys has chosen her path, and as her friends, we must do what we can to support that choice. We are fated to join the conflict in any case. Once the Alliance has taken the wall and opened the way to Gyr Abania, we will have little choice but to fight. Which is not to say the cause is unworthy. After all, ignoring the plight of those whom one might conceivably save is not wisdom, but indolence. Correct? I, for one, look forward to joining hands with the Alamegans, and striking a blow against the tyranny of the Empire, as I rather suspect do you. Quick march. The Imperials will soon come to their senses, and we must be ready to face their retribution. It is almost time, Father. Aye, almost. Stand firm, Pippin. I learned to brace myself against the charge of the Bull of Alamigo. No foe will dislodge me. Pippin. Love him. Very well, Ilbern. I will take our homeland back. For the both of us. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. My Lord Viceroy, our scouts have confirmed the preliminary reports. Baelsar's wall has fallen to the Eorzean Alliance. The hunt for Omega and the unknown Icon continues. Though both yet elude us, my lord, their battle caused considerable damage across the region. Should we perchance divert some of our forces from the search to undertake necessary reconstruction work? Forgive me, my lord. I did not intend. Your will be done. This imposing fellow. Unknown. My spies tell me the Domans call it Shinryu. That it proved a match for Omega. Yes, the coming days promise to be most interesting. Most interesting. Got a creepy smile. And at the far edge of fate, the road begins anew. The heroes look to eastern skies and behold their crimson hue. A dawn of liberation, a gathering storm of blood. Okay. Well, I'm gonna take just a little break here. I have some real-world stuff I gotta take care of. I'll be right back, guys, okay? Hello, hello. Sorry about that, my friends. Let's get back to the game now. Finally starting Stormblood. No? Beyond the Great Wall. Alphino is a man with a great deal on his mind.
The question is, how will the Empire respond to the disappearance of Omega and the Primal? Oh, I didn't see you there. Forgive me. Word from Baelsar's wall is proving long in the coming, and my mind cannot help but stray to grim places.
Alphino, a message from the Alliance.
It's about time. Pray summon the others at once.
Yes, sir.
General Uldin reports that his forces have secured the breach in Baelsar's wall.
And what of the Primal and Omega?
There is still no sign of either at this time. He writes that they will begin a more thorough investigation shortly. And, as expected, he wishes to petition the aid of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn.
As expected.
The Alliance's decision to capture a part of Baelsar's wall is open to interpretation.
The wall serves to demarcate Imperial territory, Alamigo included, from the rest of Eorzea. To an observer, the Alliance's actions could be seen as a prelude to invasion.
Indeed. And the Alliance leaders have no wish to be branded invaders.
You're saying they won't fight for Alamigo? Even after everything that's happened?
Not without the consent of her people, no. Make no mistake, Lys. The Alliance is in complete agreement that the Empire must be purged from Eorzea. However, they will not set foot in Gyr Abania until they have formally secured the consent and cooperation of the Alamigan opposition.
They would have us act as intermediaries.
Precisely. The Scions are uniquely qualified to serve in this capacity. That is to say, Lys's, given her personal connection to the Resistance. Who better than you to broker an agreement between the Alliance and the people of Alamigo? Assuming you are willing, of course.
Of course I am. You know I'd like nothing more.
As for who should accompany you on said diplomatic mission, I had a mind to volunteer myself.
Well, that covers the talking part. But you just know there'll be trouble along the way. Are you available?
As if you have to ask. Oh, come on.
Thanks. It means a lot knowing you'll be there.
I too shall accompany you. Such endeavors are seldom hampered by a surfeit of healers.
Good point. Allow me to offer my services as well.
I have spent quite enough time here of late, so I'll be coming. But we will need someone to keep an eye on things. I trust you have no objections?
None, my lady. Gladly shall I continue to serve as caretaker of the Waking Sands, and there keep watch for signs of primal and Ascian activity both.
As capable as my learned friend undoubtedly is, there are some troubles that may prove too much for a single scion, on account of which I mean to stay.
It is settled then. Let us each see to our preparations.
So it's finally happening. Don't tell anyone, but I'm feeling a little bit nervous. Only a bit, mind. I'll be fine once we get going, hopefully. Sorry? You remember Managa, don't you? The messenger who brought word of the Griffin's attack on Balezar's wall? Well, she left not long ago, having made a full recovery. If you see her in Gyr Abania, be sure to send my love. What will become of our homeland? I know not what to think of this endeavor. Were I 10 years younger, nay 5, I would not hesitate to join Lady Yugiri and Lord Yosetsu in their fight for freedom. And for me? Even Tatara has her limits, and so I have taken it upon myself to assist her in managing communications with various organizations and our members in the field. Riol and the others are counting on us for our support, after all. Yosetsu? You are ready, Shadow Walker? There can be no turning back once we depart. Almost. There is but one thing that remains undone. Right? Julia would have given anything for a chance to liberate her homeland. Were she still with us, I know she'd be the one leading the way. Stola? In our absence, Sir Yanji and Thancred will handle administrative affairs. Continue to coordinate your operations with Alien and the others, and report to them directly should you receive word of a primal activity. There's no going back once we cross this bridge, and the gods only know what awaits us on the other side. Real? Aye, aye, Captain. You can count on us. Inor? Even as bit players, they show such passion, such fervor. Oh, what I wouldn't give to be a bit player too, or better yet, play with their. Oh my god. Sister, please, you never know who might be listening, and more importantly, we have our own mission to attend to. And if you're too busy thinking such thoughts, you're liable to get us both killed. Builder? Spirits, Coltino, spirits. Even if we are not more than bit players in their tale, we must do our utmost to support the senior science, and Somimi most of all. Well said, Hori. Every man to his purpose, and we must not doubt ours. Coltino? Papa Lima's absence will be keenly felt for some time. Would that we had the strength to aid others in his stead. Off now.
Ready, my friend? Well then, Tataru, I leave the rising stones in your capable hands.
Don't worry, Alphino. I'll see that the place is still standing when you come back.
No?
Mistress Y'shtola has unfolded all. You are bound for Gyr Abania?
Aye. The Alliance would have us make contact with the Alamegan resistance as soon as possible.
It begins then. As soon it shall in Doma, if the gods are good. 'Tis but a pity it must be now. I am sorry that we shall not be present to fight beside you in the battles to come.
You have stood with us countless times, Lady Yugiri. Pray do not apologize.
Then let us thank you instead. You and yours stood with us from the first, when we came to this land as refugees in search of sanctuary. Loath am I to think what might have become of my people, had you not extended to us the hand of friendship. We will never forget. This I solemnly swear.
Much has changed since first you set foot on these shores. Revenant's toll stands as a testament to that. I'm sure your people will manage in your absence.
Indeed. They have built a new home for themselves and no longer need me to shepherd them. The time has come for Kozetsu and I to return to our master, to our home.
I know how you feel. It's time I went home too.
Though our battlefields be 1,000 mounds apart, our purpose is one. Let all men hearken to the clarion call of freedom, of liberation, from Eorzea to the far east, that they may rise up and cast down the curse of Garlemald.
Rightly said, Gosetsu.
Take care, you hear me? When all of this is over, we're going to celebrate. Together. Just you wait.
I should like that very much. Fare you well.
A thousand miles apart, yet united in purpose. Let us pray both our endeavors meet with success, shall we then? Wait, not just yet. I knew I'd forgotten something important. Lise, could you come with me? Me? What now? Alright then, if you insist. New clothes! Right. Oh, look. Looks so cute. The animations are a bit weird. What do you think? As you can see, I designed it to be light and loose, an outfit tailor-made to the needs of a skilled fighter like Lise. Your work never ceases to impress. Much more of this, and I may have to stop introducing you as the science receptionist and start referring to you as our preeminent seamstress. It's lovely, Totaro. Thank you. I feel like I could take on a legion. Glad you like it. And with that, I'll delay you no longer. Safe travels. Then onward to Gyr Abania. Our first stop will be at Amarisai Fire in the East Shroud. Hawthorne Hut. Hoping I had to know it would only be temporary. If grandfather couldn't contain Bahamut with the power of 1,000,000 prayers, then what chance did his disciple stand, armed with only with a broken staff? I won't let you down, Papalymo, I promise. Right? Was it always his plan to sacrifice his life to complete the ritual? To bring forth the arbiter of his vengeance, but not remain to see the aftermath? It is a good question. Though it may not be apparent to the naked eye, the Aether here is in turmoil. Not since the calamity has this land been subjected to forces of the magnitude unleashed by Shinryu and Omega. Alphino? All are present and accounted for. When you are ready, my friend, pray inform the officer that we wish to proceed to Gyr Abania. Ah, the signs of the 7th dawn. We were told to expect you. Shall I summon someone to escort you to the wall? Yep. Oh. Get a map view. Oh, it's so big.
I remember crossing the border, standing in Gyr Abania once more. Me and my fellow scions, the warrior of light among us. Behind us, Baelsar's wall cutting the land in two. Freedom on one side, tyranny on the other. Tyranny and the promise of a new beginning. But one that could only be bought with flames and blood.
Burn blood. Woo! So glad we got here. Music sounds good here. Whoops. Hey everybody. Oh, Chocobo Keep. I haven't had to click on one of those in a while. Chocobo. Well met, traveler. Might I interest you in a Chocobo porter? Do not tell me. This is your first. Okay, I'm not gonna read these. Otherwise, I'll be reading forever. But I get a move on. Crap. Quite an atmosphere here, isn't there? Everyone seems to be on pins and needles, though one can hardly blame them, given recent events. So? The Alliance has done well to repurpose these Imperial facilities for their own use so quickly. The General's in high spirits, don't you think? I know the feeling. Alphino? See the colors of so many nations, Limsa, Gridania, Ul'dah, and now Ishgard. Well nigh brings a tear to my eye. We have much to be proud of, Somimi. Alice? This is East End, not too different from the rest of the Shroud, is it? Though truth be told, I'm not sure why I thought it would be. Oh, there's a big wall. Greetings, Scions. On behalf of the Eorzean Alliance, I welcome you to Castrum Orions. Thank you, General. We were relieved to hear that your forces secured the wall without incident. Have the Imperials made any attempt to retake the Castrum since then? None, save for a few skirmishes between our scouts and their patrols. We've had barely any contact with them, but we all know it's only a matter of time before things escalate. As if attacking Baelsar's wall weren't enough, Ilberd summoned a primal right on their doorstep. Garlemald does not like to let such shows of defiance go unanswered. It was a declaration of war, even if it was not Ilberd's to make, and now we are bound by it, for weal or for woe. Scions stand ready to serve, General. What would you ask of us? As stated in my message, the Alliance will now proceed without the support and cooperation of the Alamegan people. We would have you serve as our emissaries and make contact with the Resistance. Consider it done, General. We won't let you down, I swear. Then I'll leave you to it. Godspeed. Ha! Of all the Castro in all the world, you walk into mine. Master Garland, what brings you here? A certain missing Allegan weapon and draconic primal, Omega and Shinryu, I think the shinobi called it. Anyway, we've been studying their trail of destruction, hoping it might lead us somewhere, which it has singularly failed to do so. Then 'tis like Omega fell to earth in occupied territory, meaning it may already be in Imperial hands. Even so, it bears repeating that we engaged the stasis systems. Assuming the command was received and executed successfully, the weapon will be of no use to them. Assuming, we should hurry up and find it regardless. All the more reason to reach out to the Resistance. If we want to press on into Gyr Abania, we'll need their blessing. Everyone's counting on us. Let's not waste any more time talking. Keep to the north and cross upstream. The Black Bridge belongs to the Garleans, for now. Bruh? I do hope you're not thinking about running off to help Master Garland. It is not your duty to solve all the world's problems, you know. But I want to. Stola? Were Omega not a threat to us all? Its effectiveness in subduing draconic foes would seem almost admirable. But such weapons are doomed to be misused. Let us pray we never have need of its services again. If anyone can determine the fate of Shinryu and Omega, it's Master Garland. For now, let us remain focused on our current mission. The bridge over the Belladina River has always held great strategic importance, hence the Garleans' decision to transform it into a fortified installation. Needless to say, we will not be crossing there. This is eager to leave Castro Marians. As you've probably heard, there are plenty of factions in the Resistance, so I'm taking us to see the one with the most influence. Their headquarters are located in a place called Ralger's Reach, an old temple to the east of here, across the Belladina River. I learned a route that should allow us to avoid Imperial patrols. Stick with me, and we'll be there before you know it. Okie. Off we go. Oh, I've got to find Aether cards again, don't I? 150 yalms. Southeast. Ah! Oh my goodness. That scared me more than I thought it would. Oh. It just stood so still and then suddenly moved. Oh my goodness. Any people to talk to, Crow? At the risk of upsetting the cartographic fraternity, I can't help observing that East End depends entirely on one's perspective. I mean, people don't even think of it as Gridania anymore, do they? Elise? It's so quiet, almost as though the Imperials haven't been here for some time. Dola? On your guard, the Imperials know these lands better than we. They call it East End because it marks the end of the Black Shroud. Note the sparser vegetation. Still with me? Good. From here, we'll head northeast towards the river. The water's not too deep, so we won't have to swim. Don't mind swimming. Leave me alone. I love your things. Their level 60. This place is really pretty and different from everywhere we've been before. Very open. I like it. Okay. Ishtola? We should not linger out here in the open. Prowl? Ishtola's right. We need to cross before the Imperials spot us. Alice? See, brother? Nothing to worry about. Though no one would blame you for donning your buoyancy aids, just in case. No. At a glance, it certainly seems shallow enough. Not shallow enough for me. Oh, nope. I don't see any soldiers. Good, let's cross. You're wondering about the tower to the south? It's part of Castellum Villadina. That's what the Imperials decided to call the old bridge after they fortified it. I call it a great big eyesore. Honestly, you can see that rotten banner from absolutely miles away. Sigh, they never miss a chance to rub our noses in it, do they? Come on, we should keep moving. Okay. That's a big looking mean old crocodile. And that's a weird bird. The lesser Gargana. Whoa! So cute. Don't attack me. Oh, that's like a special one. No wonder it's bigger. Those eye things again. Those. And now they have spiders. Lovely. Oh. 19 elms to the northeast. Get that, right? I go up here. Be like right around here. Up there. This one? Oh. I can go get that. Aha. Tight. That's really far away. Ouch. Oh. Stop attacking me! Leave me alone! The reach lies beyond, but I do not see a path. I say? Are we there yet? Proud? And we didn't run afoul of even a single patrol. What a pleasant surprise, in that there were no surprises. Stola? This did well. It is reassuring. We're here. On the other side of this pass is Ralgar's Reach. So you say, but all I see are rocks. I presume there is some sort of trick to this? Indeed, a glamour. Good eye, Y'shtola. I take it they have a talented mage in their ranks, or mayhap an artificer trained in the modification of glamour prisms? Something like that. The important thing is that it fools the Garleans. Oh, before we go in, I don't know if Tataro told you, but my friend Nago, the messenger who came to the Rising Stones, is a member of this faction. So they know us, and they shouldn't attack us on sight. That said, they can be a bit jumpy, so let me lead the way, and don't go reaching for your weapons or anything. Oop. And with a sprinkle of demasking dust, all is laid bare. Okay, let's go, let's go. Let's pray that they are amenable to our proposal. United we stand to accomplish so much more. Lola? Impressive or no, 20 years is a long time for even so complex a glamour to escape the Empire's notice. No? Seeing it now, I feel rather foolish for not having deduced it earlier. Alice? I suppose you could disguise almost anything with a glamour prism, if you really wanted to. Have you ever used one? Why am I asking? Of course you haven't. What? I use them all the time. For my clothes.
I remember the old stories, how the Breaker of Worlds came down from on high and cleft the earth with a single blow. Ralga's Reach, a holy place, and a fitting home for the Resistance, for the brave and the true, the loyal sons and daughters of Alamigo. They were waiting for us there, men and women whose souls still cried out for what was lost, for what could be ours again.
So many people to talk to. Alice, it's hard to feel at ease with that giant statue looking down on you. No? The temple was once home to the first fist of Ralgar, as I recall. Yes, there is no mistaking that statue. Ral? Ordinarily, I shudder at the thought of armed rebels trampling about an ancient temple of immense historical importance, but Ralgar is the Breaker of Worlds, so it seems rather appropriate, if anything. Stolen? Fascinating. A massive, imperceptible glamour encompassing the entire valley. I see now how the settlement was able to escape the watchful eyes of Imperial airships. Good to see Nago up and moving again. I wasn't there when she headed home, so I naturally assumed she'd left too soon. Always overdoing it, that one. Nago? Pleasure to see you again, and Corral and Ystola, without whose help I might not be standing here today, at least not so soon. Efred? Ha! Oh, so you really came. I never thought I'd see you here, but I'm glad. I'm glad. Alright. You'll forgive us our precautions, but we couldn't be sure who had crossed the barrier. We see you now for who you are, though, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. Conrad knows the purpose of your visit and would like to give you a proper welcome. Now, I know you would not have come all this way unless you had something important to discuss, and I'm eager to hear what it is you have to say. But let's not do this on our doorstep, eh? Come with me. Okay. Ugh. Here's the chocobo key. I gotta find all the aetherites. Well met, traveler. Might I interest you? Oh, right. I wasn't reading this. Got 3? Just 2. Be sure we get them. Wow, this place is gorgeous. There we go. Go have this meeting then. Yep. Conrad?
Allow me to welcome you once more to Ralga's Reach, our humble headquarters. My name is Conrad Kemp, and I have the dubious honor of overseeing operations here.
It is a pleasure to meet you, Master Kemp. I am Alphino Leveilleur, of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, as are my comrades. Before I speak of our purpose here, pray allow me to thank you for sheltering Ida, forgive me, Lys, and Papalymo at great risk to yourselves.
No, there's no need for that. They risked their necks for us enough times. 'Twas the least we could do.
I wanted to, I mean, about the mask and...
Don't fret over that. You're not the first person to take up arms against the Empire under a false name. We'd do the same if we had any sense. My condolences for your loss, child.
Papalymo laid down his life to save us, to give us a chance to make a better future for ourselves. There will never be a better time to drive the Garleans from our lands. But we have to take the lead on this. We can't leave it to fanatics like Ilberd.
More than a few of our people were taken in by his promises. Followed him all the way to the wall. Good men and women who never came back. When Monago told us what had happened, how the bastard had made sacrifices of them for his twisted ritual, by Rolger it filled me with an unholy fury. But what's done is done. Best we can do now is see that it wasn't all in vain.
That is why we are here today, sir, to see that some good comes of this tragedy. On behalf of the Eorzean Alliance, we do hereby extend a formal offer of military assistance to the Alamegan resistance.
Do you now? Well, go on then. I'm sure there's more to it than that. So that's the way of it, eh? The Alliance, hoping to avoid a direct confrontation with the superior forces of the Empire, wishes to engage them by proxy with our vastly inferior ones. My comrades and I must confer on your proposal. A moment, if you please.
Of course, Master Kemp. Take all the time you require.
Doesn't sound like they like it too much. Level frustrated. They say it's not as though we have to stand around here indefinitely, do we? Huh? I can't imagine that they would refuse, but if they did... Say they would... So they would have us wait. Very well. Heavily and I weren't entirely honest with you. Though we were sheltered in Little Amigo at first, we spent most of our time here, working with Conrad and his people. But you probably guessed that the moment I led you to the Reach, didn't you? More or less. Conrad? We'll need to call the other senior members together before we can make a decision. To be honest, I already know I want us to work together, but we've still got to talk it over with everyone. The Gridanians are finally willing to fight, eh? Opno is pondering how best to make use of your leisure. So it would seem we find ourselves with a surfeit of free time. Ah, forgive me, you are free to look around Ralgar's Reach. In fact, I would encourage you to do so. It'll give you a better grasp of our current circumstances. Thank you, Master Kemp. I believe we will do just that. Let us make the most of this opportunity and assess the Resistance's capabilities. Free to poke our noses wheresoever we will, eh? I like the sound of that. Well, I already know this place inside out. I can show you around if you like, Somimi. Sure, why not? Great, let's get us started. Right there. I'll bet you think the Resistance is mostly made up of Alamegan Highlanders like me, but the truth is that we don't even account for half. We've got Hellsguard from all the way over by the Spine in here, and plenty of Seekers of the Sun like Nago. There's even some Beastmen. Well, Beastwomen, I suppose. Like that one over there. She's an Anata. They've been with us for a while now. Well, one of the smaller fractions has. The rest won't have anything to do with us. We're no different from the Garleans to them. They keep them to themselves, spending all their time crafting. Anata make the most amazing jewelry, by the way. They use magics to twist metals and crystals into shapes you wouldn't believe. It's a pity people hardly ever get to see their work, but then most don't even know they exist. That's enough about them anyway. Let's take a closer look at the statue of Ralgar, shall we? No, I can't fly. I want to fly, but I can't. I like those purple pinky birds. Yes. Wow, that is a big epitaph. That's not the right word. Just a stone with writing on it. Pretty awe-inspiring, isn't it? The breaker of worlds who guided our ancestors to these lands all those centuries ago. Ida used to tell me the story on stormy nights. She wanted me to understand, to remember. At the end of the 5th astral era, when the waters rose higher and higher, people all across Eorzea besieged the heavens for a sign. And lo, a burning star appeared in the eastern sky and led the way to these mountains of Gyr Abania. They who were saved by his grace pledged to honor and revere him, to devote themselves to great works without and within. A storm of blood approaches fast, hells open, heavens weep. For no one's soul doth lie beyond the measure of his reach. The last part was inscribed on this stone by a monk of the Fist of Ralgar. He had explained it to me. A day will come, bringing strife and sorrow, that none may escape. Waste not these precious hours, but in quiet preparation make strong the body and mind. I don't know if that storm of blood is finally upon us, but if it is, I have to believe that everything we've been through, everything that has led us to this point, will see us through in the end. Sorry. That was all a bit melodramatic, wasn't it? Let's keep moving, shall we? Off to the infirmary. This is the infirmary. As you can probably tell, here's where the Resistance healers patch up the wounded and tend to the sick. No matter how carefully we planned our operations, casualties were inevitable. It's a sad thing to think about, but it's also important to remember the cost, as Conrad would say. We should go. I'll show you the Aetheryte Plaza next. Try a new stroller over there. Where Alphino and Alice are. Apparently a big place for only a couple of Aethernets. When you've seen one Aetheryte, you've seen them all, right? Not quite this. Not quite. This one's an older design, dating back decades to when the Fist of Ralgar was still here. It may look a little different, but still, it works just as well as any other. I'll show you where the settlers are next, but don't forget to attune to the Aetheryte before we go. Well, I already attuned. I should be good. Arms, armor, potions, you name it. These folks got it. The Resistance would be in a bad way without brave merchants to keep it provisioned. If you're short on anything, or you need something repaired, these are the people to speak to. Oh, Alphino and Alice are here. Why don't we see how they're getting on? Savage Might, Furia. Samurai. Say? Aze is nodding approvingly at the settlers. Come to take the measure of our friendly neighborhood merchants? They're a bold lot, that much is plain. If the Imperials found out they were peddling their wares to the Resistance, they would be lucky to escape with their lives. It is a gamble, and I admire their courage, but their motives could hardly be said to be altruistic. Ah, here you are. I've been looking all over for you. We finished discussing your proposal, and we're ready to receive you all back at the tent. I've sent someone to fetch Y'shtola and Kral, so if you'd like to follow me. Back here. Alright.
Thank you all for waiting. We have reached a consensus. I, Conrad Kemp, do hereby accept the Eorzean Alliance's proposal. You must understand, however, that our cooperation comes with certain caveats.
Those caveats being...
I take no joy in this, just so you know. Were it within my power, I'd offer you more assistance. But the Resistance is far more fragmented than you realize. The men and women in my care belong to but one of many factions. Simply put, I can only speak for the people of Rolga's Reach. Now, I have every intention of appealing to the others, and I expect many will agree. But it will take time, and I cannot guarantee universal support.
Understood. I shall see that the Alliance is under no misapprehensions as to your position.
Much obliged. But that's not the whole of it. As you can imagine, the loss of those who cast their lot with the Griffin left us short on numbers. Some of our most trusted veterans died at the wall, and we've had to fill their posts with the young and inexperienced. Frankly, everything's in a right bloody mess.
Oh, we'd be more than happy to help you get back on your feet. If we're going to work together, we'll be doing ourselves a favor.
Well, there's no shortage of work to be done, that's for sure. We're in dire need of new blood, too.
Ishtola and I could lend a hand in the infirmary. From what I saw, they could do with a few more healers.
Very well. I, for my part, shall return to the Rising Stones. I'm certain there are others among the Scions who would welcome the opportunity to fight for Alamegan liberation.
Is there anything else we can do to help?
I had something else in mind for you lot. Monargo and Mefred will tell you more.
Understood. We won't let you down.
What a relief for a moment there. I really wasn't sure which way it was going to go. How's it? Right then, Monargo and Mefred are to be our keepers. Knowing not of what they require, one task is as good as the other. Make your choice, Somimi. My Aether Compass. Go with Mefred. Mefred cannot help but wonder if you remember who he is. Oh. At the risk of repeating myself, it's still hard for me to believe that we'd meet again here, of all places. Though I reckon you probably don't remember me after all this time, eh? I'm impressed given everything you went on to accomplish. You'd be forgiven for forgetting all about your time in Quarry Mill. Suffice it to say, we didn't forget about you either, nor the lives you saved. As for me, I went to Little Amigo while Galleon was recovering. Gundebold was my former commander and a known old friend, and I had a lot on my mind. In the end, I decided to disband our unit. I told the men to live their lives as they saw fit. Some chose to remain in Little Amigo, and others went to Ul'dah for work. But as you can see, I chose to come back to Gyr Abania and join Conrad and the others. I've kept busy since then, ferrying people and provisions across the border and back. It's not been easy, but it's been fulfilling. Today, however, we'll be heading east into the peaks. Conrad thinks we might have luck finding new recruits in the village of Alagana. Alagana? If you're going there, you're taking me with you. Ah, that's right. You're from Alagana, aren't you, Luis? By all means, we'd welcome the company. There'll be more to it than just asking around, but we can talk about it on the way. Make your preparations and meet me by the tunnel to the peaks. Take Monago's quest. Before she tells you of her mission, Monago has a few things she would like to say. Getting that. That goes. Before we begin, I'd like to thank you and the Scions again for patching me up after I bled all over the floor. I owe you my life, and I won't forget that. Furthermore, it was rude of me to run off without saying a word. It's all well and good me claiming my duties here couldn't wait, but a parting thank you was the very least you deserved. My apologies. Fine. And thank you. Now to business. Commander Kempson entrusted me with a formal reply to be hand-delivered to the Alliance leadership. It covers everything we discussed, as well as detailing the disposition of our forces. What I need is an escort, 1 or 2 men at most, so we can make it to the wall swiftly and without attracting undue attention. Very well, I shall join you in this. General Alden commands the forces at Castrum Orines. It should be simple enough to see it into his hands. Great, that's just what I wanted to hear. When you're ready to depart, meet me at the pass leading out of the Reach. Maybe we'll do Monago? This. Lights. Oh, it's that. I can get that at a later date. Jose? Let us defer to Monago with regards to the route. While we could just as easily head back the way we came, there could be any number of reasons why we should not. Monago? Got everything? Sorry, I'm sleepy in my cues. Got everything you need? Good, then let us be off. Southeast, huh? Quite going that way. Look out. I get stuck on that one. Is it? Why have we stopped? Is aught amiss? Quiet, hear that? That was a cerulean engine backfiring. Imperials. God, you have preternatural senses. I didn't hear a thing. When you grow up hunting in these lands, you learn to discern the sounds that could mean life and death, be they of a predator or a patrol. From what I'm hearing, we have a 7-man patrol augmented with a single Magitech armor. Wide search pattern. Divide into 2. No, 3 teams. I don't think they know we're here. Risky, but we should split up and try to take them all by surprise at the same time. We don't want them calling reinforcements. 3 teams, 3 of us. Nothing for it then. Where are they? Head north. You should see them long before they see you. I'll deal with the ones to the south. The armor should be just to the west, so maybe it's best equipped to deal with that. We attack in 5. That should be enough time to get into position. Rendezvous on the west bank after. Any questions? No? Then good luck. Wow. Efficient. There's my destiny. Excuse me, guys. Sorry about that. That way. Spider, don't attack me! Gooey! That is very low. Right here, right? Oh? Oh my goodness. That is... okay. Imagine. How to walk up. Get swept away. Scary. Say? I'm pleased to report that the Empire is short 3 soldiers. Not that any self-respecting legatus would be sorry to lose them. Looks like everything went to plan. Not that I'm surprised. The 3 soldiers I faced didn't put up much of a fight. Most of the Imperials we get out here are conscripts from other provinces. Little training and even less conviction. It's grim work, killing men and women like that, but don't doubt that they'd do the same to you if the roles were reversed. Don't you dare pity a man in armor. Conscript or no, a soldier piloting one of those can kill a dozen good men in the eye. Not that I need to tell you that, after what happened at the wall. Malco would like nothing more than to continue on to Castrum Orions. Right, I believe we've rested long enough. We should resume our journey before someone notices they're missing. Ah, I didn't get that. What am I doing? Get it this time. More soldiers. I didn't think they'd come this far west. Better to be safe than sorry. Clear. Only Alliance patrols ahead. Said the forces at Castro Orions were under the command of Flame General Ralbon Alden, did you not? By Ralgro, the Bull of Alamigo himself. I never dreamed I'd have a chance to meet the legend. She. Hello. Big giant tree. Right. Yeah. I returned from a survey of the wall but a moment ago. We have yet to recover Papalino's personal effects, sorry to say. You may rest assured that we will notify you and yours the moment.
It is good to see you again, my friends. I hope you are here to tell me you have made contact with the Resistance.
We are, General. Allow me to introduce Monago of Rolga's Reach.
At your service, sir. And may I say what an absolute honor it is to stand before the Bull of Alamigo.
These are not the Blood Sands, girl. You and I are but soldiers on a battlefield fighting for the same cause.
As you say, General. On behalf of Commander Kemp of the Alamigan Resistance, I present to you our formal response.
And it's so big.
Good. I'm glad we've reached an accord. Though I was not aware you had suffered such losses.
Aye. Some of our finest took part in the Griffin's doomed assault, and we've been struggling to find new recruits ever since. The massacres cast a pall over the whole Resistance, and many who might once have been open to joining us have since thought better of it.
After all of the Griffin's false promises, one can hardly blame them. They have no desire to give their lives for a lost cause.
We will not lie to them. This is war, and lives will be lost. Yet what we offer is not the fever dream of a madman, but true hope.
The people need proof of this, Father. Let us show it to them. I say we stand shoulder to shoulder with our new allies and engage the Garleans in open warfare. The Resistance must demonstrate that they can hold their own against Imperial regulars. And with our assistance, I am confident they can do just that. If we can achieve even a token victory, I believe it will serve to rekindle the hope of the Alamigan people and inspire them to rise up once more.
Aye. Aye. Once word spread that we'd won a battle against the Garleans, I'd wager we'd have new recruits flocking to us from malms around. The question is, when and where do we strike?
I'm glad you asked. I have a plan.
Our scouts recently informed me of a development at Castel Ladun Namely, the arrival of a shipment rumored to have come from development facilities near the capital, containing prototype Magitech armor. It is our assessment that this armor is to be field tested here, most likely against Alliance forces, mayhap before the day is out. Damn it all, more Magitech weapons? That's the last thing we need. Your concern is not unwarranted, but we needn't despair just yet. The shipment is thought to have contained a single heavy unit and 1 or 2 support units. With a well-laid ambush, we are confident we can destroy them all, hindering their development and delaying future deployment. And should we carry this out as a joint endeavor with the Resistance, they will have their rallying cry. It would mean dropping all pretense about the Alliance not wanting to go to war with the Empire, but you'd have a lot more folk willing to stand up and fight if they knew they weren't alone, and you weren't going to have to do it, and you were going to have to do it eventually anyway. Exactly, and so what I propose is simple. Carry their patrols to bait them into bringing their prototype weapons to the extent, where our Resistance allies will take them from behind. Well, indeed. Well within our capabilities. I see no reason to delay, especially if a field test is imminent. What say you? Assuming the Vice Marshal's intelligence is accurate, I agree with his assessment. I fully support this plan. I shall notify my comrades at once. Understood. I shall have one of my men bring you the details of the plan anon. And we, for our part, will be fighting with the Alliance, yes? I somehow doubt we were intending to sit this one out. He leveled up. I got a stupid outfit on. Take the hat off. A little less stupid looking. Hey? Prototype Magitech armor. This may prove a challenge. But fate has a way of leading one into the most unexpected alliances, does it not? Rabon knows exactly what he would like you to do. We've been careful to avoid needless shows of force this side of the wall, but that's all about to change, and when it does, you may be sure they'll send their new toys out to entertain us. I would ask you to participate in this operation, but from the look I see it is a foregone conclusion. My thanks. Per Pippin's plan, we need to turn East End into an Imperial graveyard. You're a dab hand at this, and I'd be a fool not to use you. Head to this spot on your map, right here, aye. A patrol should be along shortly. Deal with them, then rendezvous with the rest of us at this location. Go well, Somimi. Okay. man. I think I might call it a night here. Thanks so much for watching, guys. I will be streaming again tomorrow from 7 to whenever. 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. If you enjoyed watching, I'd like to see you again there. Y'all have a good night now. Bye-bye.